Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for August 24th, 2021. Call the meeting back to order. Mr. Shaparian, we've been in executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There is nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. It's great to see all of you in person, and I appreciate your cooperation in following the LA County Public Health mandate of masking up indoors. The risk for COVID-19 exposure and infection will continue until more people are vaccinated, and it's important for us to remember everyone to help slow down the spread of the virus by wearing masks indoors. With the FDA's recent approval of the Pfizer vaccine, it should help to encourage those that were on the fence about inoculation. Hopefully everyone will be inoculated shortly. As many of you have heard, in January of 2020, an investigation was initiated by our Torrance Police Department involving 2 officers who were ultimately found responsible for criminal conduct and relieved of duty. Thereafter, our police department recommended to Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office that criminal charges be filed against the former officers. Last week, during a press conference, the district attorney announced the filing of formal charges against the 2 former officers for vandalism and conspiracy. Please know that we are taking this matter very seriously. The reprehensible alleged activity of the former officers does not reflect the values of our organization and community. District Attorney George Gascon acknowledged our police department for proactively uncovering the criminal conduct and taking the initiative to follow through. He thanked the department for completely cooperating with the investigation. The City of Torrance and TPD will continue to cooperate with the District Attorney's Office on pending matters. We understand that this recent experience may have altered your trust in us, but this incident is one that demonstrates our commitment to addressing flaws and weeding out individuals who do not uphold Torrance's values. Under the leadership of recently appointed Police Chief Hart, we are and will continue to aggressively investigate any form of racism, bigotry, hate, and misconduct within our police department and within our city. As a result of the initial investigation involving the 2 former officers, we have broadened our investigation and have since relieved 15 officers of duty as Chief Hart and the police department continue with their administrative investigation. I have to commend our city attorney, city manager, and of course, Police Chief Hart for their cooperation and leadership. I firmly believe that under the direction of Chief Hart, our police department will live up to our values of transparency, integrity, professionalism, and passion for serving our community. A community rich in diversity and culture, one that understands the importance of sharing perspectives and inclusion, one that promotes the people to be treated fairly and have equal opportunity so we are better able to contribute socially and economically to the community, and to enhance growth and prosperity. A community that you can have confidence in. An equal and fair community where people of all backgrounds can feel safe and protected. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It's important for us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those who have met today's deadline. They have all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will be added to the public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications or public comments on items not on the agenda and consent items. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting and will not be entered to the speaker list after the meeting starts. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for a period up to 15 minutes. Comments on administrative matters as they are considered allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity for everyone. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we'll have another 15 minutes for oral communication number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Now, some of you might know I'm a 30-year volunteer for Little League Baseball. And Little League is something I hold dear and near to my heart. So it's truly an honor to congratulate our very own Torrance Little League for winning the Southern California State Championship. This is a big win for not just Torrance, but also for the region, because they are the first Los Angeles County team to reach the World Series since 1994. And it's the first time Torrance has ever been there. The league fought their way through the entire elimination bracket by winning 5 consecutive games and bounced back with a 10-5 victory against Chula Vista's East Lake Little League. The team made history this year by bringing the Southern California crown to Los Angeles County for the first time since 2006. The win guaranteed the Southern California champs a spot in the World Series, where they've already been representing the state of California since last Thursday. This is the first time that Torrance Little League has ever gone to the Little League World Series, and the boys have been playing phenomenally. On Thursday, the All-Stars won their first round game against New Hampshire 10-2 and advanced to the winner's bracket. On Sunday, they dominated the Westside Little League from Ohio 9-0, which secured the team a spot in the Tom Seaver Championship semifinal. Due to the ongoing pandemic, the players haven't been able to interact with their parents in person, and the 10,000-seat stadium sits largely empty. I noticed that our team was playing in the stadium with crowds smaller than they're probably used to at Torrance Little League. I hope you can join me in watching their next game tomorrow against South Dakota on ESPN at 2 p.m. and cheer them on. Let the boys hear you all the way in Williamsport. To our All-Stars, no matter the outcome of tomorrow's semifinal match, you should be proud of your accomplishments this season. You are just 2 games away from the 2021 Little League Championship Final. That's simply incredible. We will be mailing certificates to the team for their extraordinary accomplishments. It's been an amazing season, and all of you have made us very proud. Let's give a round of applause for our All-Stars on the Torrance Little League. Since we noticed that they were going to Williamsport with the help of our city staff and Mr. Shaparian, we put up signs on our display boards. We put it on our website. We pushed out some social media. And we will have a celebration when they come back. But this weekend, Sunday specifically, is the World Series. We are working on now an outdoor event at Wilson Park. Keep your fingers crossed that we can pull this off. We're going to have a big screen there, hopefully, and we can all go out there and watch Williamsport from a distance. Hopefully everybody who's listening tonight will be able to attend that, and hopefully we'll get it all together. Keep your eyes on the website for the information so that you can have the details on that. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything I'm missing on that?
Thank you, Honor. You covered it all. Please stay tuned. We'll continue to use social media outlets to publicize the availability of the event. Thank you. And good luck to our boys.
Thank you, and good luck, boys, if you're watching this. Next item on the agenda is our flag salute led by Councilmember Chen, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Griffiths. I ask you all to please stand.
Please face the flag and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we continue to see COVID-19 impacting our daily lives, we hope that everyone will take the needed steps to help ensure the health and safety of others. And that should be the general takeaway for all the challenges we face around the world, that being we all need to work together and help each other out. Whether that being the crisis in Afghanistan, homelessness, weather-related impacts, wildfires, earthquakes, and on and on. As always, give us the wisdom to make good decisions for our local community. Thank you.
Thank you both. We'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Monday, August 16th, with the revised agenda posted on Friday, August 20th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item Trial City Manager. Tonight, we are withdrawing item 8H from the City Manager to approve requests for subsidy of rental fields for the use of George Nicano Theater by Safety Belt Safe USA. It'll be brought back at a later date. There are several supplemental materials for item 7A, oral communication, 8J from General Services to appropriate funds and award design build agreement for fuel system at the Torrance Municipal Airport. 9A from the City Manager, accept and file update on city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance. And lastly, 9G from the City Manager and City Clerk regarding consider proposal from the LA County Registrar Recorder County Clerk regarding unstaffed vote-by-mail drop box located at Torrance City Hall Human Resources Building. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcement. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I ask that we adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of former city employee Patrick Brian Wren, who passed away on August 16, 2021 at the age of 72. Born in Los Angeles on April 7, 1949, Pat was raised in Gardena. After graduating high school, he honorably served in the United States Air Force before returning home to help his family following the untimely death of his father. After working for 27 years at the Pacific Bell Telephone Company, Pat found another job that he loved with the Torrance Police Department in 2000, where he served as the city's first animal control officer. Pat worked in the Records Division, Research and Training Division, Traffic Division, and Personnel Division as a background investigator until he retired from the city service in 2014. Pat loved playing the drums, starting in his early teens, and played for 20 years with his surf rock band called the Vipers. We at the city and members of our community were privileged to hear Pat perform as he valiantly and unselfishly supported the annual employee variety show held at the James Armstrong Theater for many years. He enjoyed entertaining us with his band and always got the crowd excited when he played his drum solo on Wipeout. He also devoted his time to the Relay for Life in support of cancer research. Patrick was predeceased by his parents, Ray and Patsy. He's survived by his loving wife of 49 years, Robin, 4 brothers, Mike, Tony, Chris, Terry, and their families, and all his many friends. Services will be at Green Hills Memorial Park on Saturday, August 28th at 9 a.m. in the Memorial Chapel, with graveside service immediately following in the mausoleum. In lieu of flowers, the family has asked that donations be made to the USO or the Gary Sinise Foundation in Patrick's honor. Pat was a man of honor and integrity, with a giving heart and a wonderful sense of humor. He will be greatly missed.
Thank you. He already is missed. I'll make an announcement that the State Legislative Advocacy Committee meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, September 8th, 2021, from 11 a.m. to noon in the West Annex Meeting Room. Please note the change in the meeting location. The purpose of the meeting is to review and recommend positions on 2 resolutions, to include Resolution Number 1, online sales tax equity. Number 2, securing railroad property maintenance. These 2 resolutions, along with the city's position, will be addressed at the General Assembly meeting of the 2021 League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. This meeting is open to the public. An item from the State Legislative Advocacy Committee to request concurrence from council will be on the council agenda for the September 14th, 2021 City Council meeting. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. The City of Torrance is currently updating its 6th cycle housing element of the general plan. Local governments across California are required by state housing element law to adequately plan to meet their allocated share of the state's overall housing need by updating their general plan's housing element. Housing elements provide goals, policies, and programs to create opportunities for housing development where local governments deem appropriate. In addition to recent public workshops, the Community Development Department is conducting a survey to gather feedback on the housing element update and corridor study. The survey is scheduled to end on Saturday, August 28, 2021. The survey provides questions on the housing element update and corridor study. The community is invited and encouraged to participate in the survey. Your input is very important to the city, and your feedback is greatly appreciated. For further information, please visit the Community Development Department webpage at torranceca.gov/housing element update, all one word. The survey is located on the top and bottom of the website page. If you have any questions or you would like to be added to the email distribution list, please email staff at cddinfo@torranceca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Fire Chief Martin Cerna.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. This is a reminder that Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren tomorrow, August 25th, at approximately 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. A 1-minute chime. All clear chime will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If you're at home and outdoors, go inside, close all vents, windows, and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents. Turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chime sounds that will signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Community Relations Department at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community members to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. Community matters. On 6A, I'll come down to the podium. Item 6A is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring Robert Tony Mulligan upon his retirement from the city after 36 years of service. Tony, would you join me? Thank you very much, sir. Councilmember Kalani, would you do us the honors?
It would be an honor. Thank you, Mayor. Robert Tony Mulligan began his career with the City of Torrance as a temporary groundskeeper in the Park Services Division of the Parks and Recreation Department on December 12, 1984. And whereas Tony was hired by the city's street department as a full-time refuge worker on April 15, 1985, and promoted to refuge truck operator in 1986. He was promoted to his current position as sanitation crew supervisor, now public works supervisor, in June 2001. And whereas throughout his extensive career, Tony has worked tirelessly, providing the highest level of service. He has received numerous letters and emails of commendation from the public as well as other departments for his performance, professional attitude, and excellent work. Tony remained dedicated to providing outstanding customer service to the residents of Torrance, who he fondly refers to as his friends, as he has come to know many of them over the years. And whereas Tony contributed his services each year to the city's annual Armed Forces Day Parade and has worked many Earth Day recycling events. He is known for coordinating trash truck birthday drive-by events for the children of Torrance and gifting a bag of trash swag to the young honorees. Tony was also the go-to guy when the police or fire departments requested assistance from sanitation, including when the city responded to the civil unrest emergency in 2020. And whereas Tony has served as trainer to many employees by imparting his knowledge and expertise. His dedication and commitment have made him a role model to fellow employees, instilling in them his strong work ethic and a sense of pride in their service to the city. And whereas Tony has distinguished himself through his quality of work, strength of character, and commitment to excellence throughout his 36 years of city service. He is well-liked and respected and will be fondly remembered for his continued support he has provided to his department, friends, and colleagues. Tony has had a profound impact on the quality of life for countless members of the Torrance community and has served them well.
Now therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Tony Mulligan for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ. And be it further resolved that Tony be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 24th day of August, 2021. Before we go any further, I think we have to make it official. I'll take a motion to approve Resolution 2021-78.
Motion to approve Resolution 2021-78.
I'll second that.
They're trying to get rid of you.
Start voting, please.
You okay?
Mayor?
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Well, Tony, before you get an opportunity to speak, I think Mr. Belisario has a few words.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tony, on behalf of your Public Works family and myself, I just want to say congratulations on an amazing career with the City of Torrance. You're a people person, positive attitude, always willing to help. You work days, nights, and weekends to make the community a better place. I'll miss you. I know your colleagues will miss you, but we know we want you to have a healthy, happy retirement, and best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Tony, on behalf of my colleagues, we've said it all in the resolution, but you've made a profound difference in our community, the quality of life in our community. Couldn't say enough thanks to Tracy. Yeah, your better half.
She is the better half, yes. You remind me of that.
On a daily basis,
Yes.
as she should, as she should. And your family, you know, you've been members of our community from that period of time too.
Oh, yes.
And that's really, it shows in your work product.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to let you say your farewells.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right up there.
Lot to live up to. Thank you, council, for obviously Tuesday night council meeting, and Councilman Walser, welcome to the City Council. Proud of you, sir, for all you've done, and not sure where to start. I did jot some notes in my phone here, and a lot of people to thank, so I won't name too many names, but Craig, thank you for your kind words, sir, and it's been a pleasure. It really has. Mayor Fury and City Council and exec staff, Dorothy Ellis, Aram, Leroy, and Public Works leadership, I can't thank you all enough. You've been diamonds, you know. It just it carries a lot, and it's been a pleasure to work with you all. And there's been others that I'm not naming names, but it's fulfilling is what it really is. And I'm very, very thankful and humble to have the chance to work for a place for 36 years that I've known and enjoyed, and it's my backyard, you know. It just, it's something that I enjoy, and it's satisfying to make a difference in people's lives. So I want to introduce my family. They don't have to stand up, but also my colleague, Mike Woolsey, on the left over there. Mike, raise your hand. And my lovely wife, Tracy, who runs the family. Couldn't do it without her. My daughter, Katie, and Nathan, and Gustavo, Katie's boyfriend. My mother, Sharon, who does amazing things. Just, I don't know, mom's dynamite. Megan, our daughter. Lauren, our youngest daughter, and my dad, Bob Mulligan. So they are a great support family, and I love them dearly, and spend more time with them now. I know Jim's not happy with that I'm leaving, but but you know, I want to thank God for guiding me. You know, just keeping us safe as He can, and doing the best that we can under His watchful eye. And again, thanks to my wife, loving partner, who is very dedicated in this journey. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Bob Brewer, our former sanitation services manager. He passed on recently. So he gave me a chance to shine as a supervisor. He always told me, just be firm, fair, and friendly. And he's a good man. We miss him. But there's been many folks that carry on his steps, and I'll keep this brief. But he believed in me. And also Juan Aguirre, Jerry Armstrong, Tom Cook, Larry Johnson, of course, Mike Woolsey. He's always been there. And they mentored me, gave me support and friendship. So I'll try and keep this short. But I want to thank Matthew Knapp. Matt Knapp, my former boss. He's now Deputy Public Works Director. And Jim Kiesel. These guys have kept our crew going, as well as Craig and many other people that I'm not mentioning. Trash is a difficult thing these days, the whole sanitation thing, but they are rocks, and they really have shined, and I really appreciate their guidance, their backing, their support and direction when I needed it. And I needed it quite often, right? But the sanitation crew, thanks to them, those are the guys out there working, driving the trucks, doing it. Mike's crew, the wastewater guys, the whole public works employees. We came out last year during civil unrest, and nights, weekends, we answer the call because we have to. That's what we're asked. Miguel Garcia and Fleet Services and all the folks down there, top-notch job. Without them, our crew would have been down and out. So they've really been a big shining light. We would have failed, possibly, without the Fleet Service Division. I thank the Torrance Police Department, Torrance Fire Department. I call them nearly every day, as they well know. First name basis with a few of them, but I appreciate what they do out there, and just keep up the fine work, and if you ever need me, you've got the cell. So, and also their quick response to hydraulic spills has been amazing. And also the dispatchers, the sworn and non-sworn personnel, their support staff, I work on them, or work with them all the time. And I'm very, very thankful for their dedication. Work with all departments. Dorothy, Fran, there's people that I'm not naming here, I apologize, but they've been dynamite in this 36 years. They just helped me reach the goals that we need to reach. The customers, Torrance visitors, residents, it's been a pleasure to serve them, and it's been a duty that I've accepted. I've enjoyed, really have. Night or day, it's been something to do, and just to get this plaque here, and thank you, Councilwoman Kalani, for reading it. I don't know if I measured up to all that, but I will try and keep doing that. But the support staff that we have here at Torrance is simply phenomenal. From Craig, Public Works Director, top to bottom, it's just really, really amazing. Some things that I wanted to bring up again, I've been able to, I'm a blood donor, I'm quite proud of that, and I would encourage others who are able and physically healthy to donate blood. We're in short supply of blood, and I know this is kind of off topic, but that's what I do. I donate 16 gallons of blood, and I really enjoy that. And just to encourage people to continue to educate themselves if they want to move up in the job market, whatever they choose to do. But still be local around here, assisting Tracy, my wife, with projects around the house and some other things we've got going. I love the outdoors. I'll be doing some hunting, fishing, all that kind of stuff, and spending more time with the family. So God bless you all, and thanks again for having me for 36 years. Believe me, it's been a pleasure. And I know Debbie Hayes, Janet Payne are here from Downtown Association. It's been a pleasure to serve them. And a lot of folks, I apologize, I haven't mentioned everybody's name, but God bless you all, and thank you for the opportunity. It's been great. Thank you.
Let's see if this works. There. I still learn how to do it. Come over here, buddy. After we take this, then we can trace in the family here too. I tilt it like this. There you go. Thank you, Jay. Oh, take the mask off. Hold your breath. Thank you. Tracy and the family. Come on up.
Dad, Lauren,
Come on. Hey, Mr. Mullen, thank you for allowing him to work with us. I'm very proud of the kids, trust me. Here, you.
Thank you, sir.
Why are you crying? Don't be crying now.
You feel that way when your son retires too. Okay, next item on the agenda is item 6B. 44 years ago, the Torrance Youth Council was established to identify youth issues and concerns, make recommendations and suggestions, and confer with the City Council, City Commissions, committees, and city staff on related youth matters. In addition, they officially represent the city in youth affairs and provide support to the ATTIC, the Torrance Teen Center. The Torrance Youth Council is comprised of 18 students representing each of the Torrance Unified School District high schools, El Camino Community College, and the private high schools in Torrance as well. This year, the students selected for the 2021-2022 Youth Council are Viara Ala from West High School, Cameron Berga from North High School, Kelly Chang from Torrance High School, Shelby Coleman, West High School, Harry Kaplan from South High School, Jennifer Kim, also from South High School, Christina Park from California Academy of Math and Science, Summer Fawn, Torrance High School, she's a member at large, Willie Rowe, Torrance High School, Susanna Ye, California Academy of Math and Science, and there's some new members, Nitya Adanki from Bishop Montgomery High School, Julia Cho, South High School, also serves as a member at large, Sonia Cruz, California Academy of Math and Science, a member at large, John Milo Ernst, South High School, member at large, Selah Han, Torrance High School, member at large, Jonah Hirata, North High School, Chloe Kang, West High School, member at large, Kushi Sharma, West High School, member at large. Tonight, I'd like to request that we, the Torrance City Council, approve the appointment of 18 members to serve as the 2021-2022 Torrance Youth Council. I'll make a motion to do so.
Mayor, I move to approve the Youth Council for 2021 and 2022.
And I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And on behalf of my colleagues on the Torrance City Council, it's my pleasure to congratulate the new members of the Torrance Youth Council. We look forward to working with you in the coming year. Item 6C is from the City Manager's Office to update from the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. I see Mr. Cagle.
All right, thank you so much for having me tonight, Honorable Mayor and Council members. On my way over here, I was thinking how long it's been since I've been here in person. It's been over a year. And before I start, I just wanted to congratulate belated, but the council members that weren't here a year ago. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I look forward to working with you. We have a great relationship with the city of Torrance and especially the city staff. Jan Vogel, our executive director, sends his regards as well. We're always available to service your residents and the city. And for those that don't know what the Workforce Board is, we essentially help people find jobs and help businesses find workers. And we do that in a number of different ways throughout the community. I wanted to let you know that throughout the pandemic and COVID, we have actually remained open during the entire thing. We were not taking in-person visits, but we were servicing the public. We were doing things remotely. We were helping them by telephone and in other ways, and sometimes they had to come down and sign things, so we made accommodations for them. And now we are open for in-person visits, so anyone interested in unemployment benefits or assistance getting back to work, you can come into our center. It's down in downtown Torrance on Ingracia. And you can always give us a call as well, 310-970-7700. You should have got our quarterly report a couple weeks ago. It details everything we've been up to in the last 6 months or so. But I'm here to tell you a few things that weren't in the report. One is our apprenticeship programs are going strong. In particular, we have a company in Torrance. They're called Bauckham. They are a bioscience company, and recently they hired 2 apprentices. Thank you, by the way, for appointing Michael Brink to our board. He's been fantastic. He is also chair of our bioscience committee, which is now a pretty large consortium of bioscience companies in LA County, so it's really going strong. We also have a great relationship with the airplane factory, Sling, at the Torrance Airport. That's a company that builds, well, actually they create a kit of small airplanes, civilian airplanes, and they too hired one of our apprentices under our Aeroflex program. So we're excited about that. It's a great company, and they are willing to work with us on a lot of our different programs. And speaking of the Torrance Airport, we are also very involved in the broadband project with the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. And one of the things we did in that project is put a fiber line into the Torrance Airport. But there's still some businesses there that don't have quite what they need in broadband. So we've been working with those businesses to come up with some solutions for them that would tie them into high-speed access. So that's an ongoing project, just an update there. Regarding your homeless talks that you've been having and some of the remedies you've been talking about, I wanted to let you know our staff is also a part of those conversations, and we are working on different solutions that may include us providing training and job placement to those that are ready. We can't handle the basic needs, but we can help them when they're ready for placing them into employment. And we've been talking about potentially having someone on site for a period of time to do that, or having some sort of remote system where they can get access to our team for assistance when they're ready. So we're looking forward to that. We actually have a few different grants that provide funding for that population, and I believe there's already been some meetings with our staff on that. Had a conversation with your Melody you actually have a bus operator apprenticeship, and we're going to be working with that department to help build a workforce pipeline. You need to hire about 10 to 15 people, and it's a good job, city benefits, and so we're going to connect that program to some of our other programs and try to fill those vacancies. Jan Vogel also wanted to let me tell you that, asked me to tell you, because of COVID, we put everything, all of our training online now. So we can offer, the latest one was a customer service course. So if this is at no cost to the city, new hires, existing employees, if you think that there is a need to have some customer service training, just a refresher course to think about things that maybe have not been considered in a long time, we can offer that training to you at no cost. It's remote and online, and then it also includes some live instruction where we do some mock scenarios with them. So that is something available to you. And also I wanted to mention all the different grants coming up, with the American Rescue Plan. One of the things that most of them include is a component that you need to have regarding workforce, to put people back to work. So we just want to let you know that we are ready and willing to partner with you on that, so we fulfill that requirement, so it'll help make those grants get approved easier. And again, to the public, you can go to our website, sbwib.org, or just give us a call, 310-970-7700, and we're happy to help you if you're looking for work, or if you're a business wanting to expand or grow or get assistance from us. We have, like I said, many different grants we can assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Give our regards to Jan and everyone at the Workforce Development. I'll take a motion to accept and file an update from the South Bay Workforce Investment Board.
So moved.
So moved. There we go.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 6D from Public Works to provide an update on illegal dumping from staff.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Jim Kiesel, Sanitation Services Manager. Before I begin the discussion on the update on illegal dumping, I too would like to thank Public Works Supervisor Tony Mulligan for his years of service. I've worked very closely with Tony for the last couple of years, but prior to that, I've known Tony for quite a while. I first met him when he came down to a city I was working in to serve as a raider. He's always been a great asset to the organization. It's been a pleasure to work with him, and I just want to thank Tony again for his dedication to the city. All right, tonight I'll be discussing illegal dumping in the city, its impact, what the city is currently doing, as well as some possible options to deter illegal dumping. In addition, I'll discuss an evaluation of a proposed bulk item collection event. This request to provide information on illegal dumping in a community bulk item event originated through council orals. We are not looking for council action at this point. Okay, what is illegal, next slide, thank you. What is illegal dumping? It's the willful disposal of hazardous waste and solid waste, along with bulky items at a site other than a permitted disposal facility. I'm sure we've all seen it. This picture actually was taken Friday off of Sepulveda. Our crews came out and cleaned that up Friday morning. Next slide, please. These are additional photos of some illegal dumps that the sanitation crew has serviced. All the pictures that you see in this presentation were all taken by sanitation staff and picked up by sanitation staff. Next slide, please. The impacts of illegal dumping can be profound. Illegal dumping has an overall negative quality of life in the community, causes blight, and attracts further illegal dumping at the same location. We often find that it just perpetuates itself if we don't clean it up quickly. Places an unnecessary burden and cost on the city to clean up, and creates a public and environmental health issue, contaminates the water, and can also create fire hazards. Next slide, please. Both the Torrance Municipal Code and the California Penal Code have statutes which make it illegal to dump on public and or private property. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And what is the city doing to prevent illegal dumping? All right, well, first off, the Sanitation Division offers a large item pickup for residential customers that we service. We service the single-family residents of the city, along with multifamily units up to 4 units. We offer 20 items per calendar year for the residents. We also have a construction and demolition ordinance that requires at least 65% diversion and or recycling of all construction and demolition projects in the city. There's a shopping cart retrieval system through Retail Marketing Services. That is listed on our website, so if people do see shopping carts, they can feel free to go to our website or contact us to get those picked up. There's also public events, such as the oil filter exchanges. We typically do those 2 to 4 times a year. Last year, we didn't do any because of COVID, but we did it. We've done 2 so far this year in March and in May. We had 112 participants at that. And then just this past Saturday, we did our first e-waste and shredding event that we've done since November of 2019. We did it just outside in the parking lot here. We had over 510 vehicles that day, and I consider that a very successful event. Also, the Los Angeles County has hazardous waste, what they call SAFE facilities, which stand for solvents, automotive, flammables, and electronics. Those are facilities where anybody in LA County can drop off basically hazardous waste. The 2 closest to Torrance are at Hyperion and also in San Pedro. The downside of that is the hours are fairly limited. The hours at those facilities are Saturday and Sunday from 9 to 3 p.m. The city also, through our contract with Republic Services, we allow residents of Torrance to take material to the transfer stations for Republic Services, and they can get the same rate that the city pays for disposal, which currently is $48.31 a ton. The closest facility is off of Rosecrans in Gardena. Next slide, please. And we also provide social media outreach, as well as we do flyers that we've provided at city events. We provided them at the city facilities as well to help kind of alert people about the dangers of illegal dumping and what they should do when they see it. All right. There you go. So what is the city staff collecting out there? All right, these are some statistics that you may find a little amazing, because I sure did when I put it together. For the fiscal year that just ended, we collected 5,211 scheduled large item pickups from residents, which I think is just mind-boggling to think that we're doing over 120 a week basically on average. We take a 4-week hiatus around the Christmas time so we can focus on Christmas tree collection. We also collected 1,320 illegal dumps that we documented. Does not include ones that we just happened to see and we picked up. These are actually ones that were called into us and our staff collected them. Most of the dumps are collected within 48 business hours. We average 6.3 per working day, Monday through Thursday. And I calculated the average cost that it takes us to pick up an illegal dump right now is about $65.26. So every time you see one of those out there, that's the cost that is costing the sanitation division right now. That does not include supervisory time, does not include my time, does not include our customer service time. We also collected 1,865 mattresses. We received 543 illegal dump requests via the My Torrance CA app. We have 19 hotspot locations that we service weekly that, as we've noticed, has a tendency to have a lot of illegal dump activity. And what does all this mean? It means that we picked up 858.76 tons between our large item collection and our illegal dump activity, and I attribute about 175 tons of that directly to illegal dumping. If you go to the next slide, please. And just as a slight sample of some of the items we picked up, this is just June. As you can see, majority of the items, we get a lot of couches, a lot of general trash, a lot of mattresses, not a lot of e-waste. I think e-waste gets picked up by people looking to recycle e-waste. Not a lot of appliances per se, but that's just kind of a little sample size of what we collect on a daily basis. Go to the next slide, please. All right, so now what we've done here is we've asked our GIS staff to map out where we have the majority of our illegal dump activity. So the first map right there, as you can see, the majority of our illegal dump activity comes in the north side. Next map, please. Next slide, please. As well as the downtown and east side. Next slide, please. And then also there's a section just west of the city yards. It's a large multifamily section. We get a lot of illegal dumps there. We typically do not encounter a lot of illegal dumps on the south side for whatever reason. That's not a heavy activity area. Next slide, please. Now if we can start with some options that we've looked at to reduce or deter illegal dumping, and we can provide council with an update at a later date. The first option would be to increase public awareness, to further educate the public on the impacts that illegal dumping causes and maybe the costs associated with it. We also want to continue to encourage reporting of illegal dumping. This allows the sanitation division to determine additional hotspots in areas that need more frequency. When we first started collecting illegal dumping specifically as a day-to-day task in September 2019, we actually took it over from an outside contractor. We started with 14 hotspots that staff had identified. We're now up to 19 hotspots, so I don't know if that's a good or bad thing at this point. We also want to promote the low-cost option for disposal at the transfer station. I don't think that the public really knows that they have an option where they can go to the Republic transfer stations and dump at our cost, basically. And we want to continue to focus on the large item pickup collection for residents. We expanded this program in the fall of 2019. We used to do 70 collections per week. We expanded that to 120 collections per week and did not require additional staff to do so. Another option would be to be more stringent on citations and fines. Thank you. Next slide. We could increase the fines as well as tie in costs with the cleanup associated with the illegal dump. The current bails for illegal dumping in Torrance range from $25 to $50 to $100 for the first 3 offenses within 12 months. The first bail is actually less than it costs to dump at the transfer station, and the second bail is pretty much on equal with that. The bails need to be more punitive and include the cost of the cleanup. In addition, the county actually has an ordinance which does allow for vehicle seizure if it's involved in the act of illegal dumping. Next slide, please. Thank you. The next option would be to encourage multifamily, large item collection. A large percentage of the illegal dumping that we're seeing is derived from multifamily apartment complexes. Sanitation received multiple emails just yesterday from residents complaining about illegal dumps in front of apartment complexes. We routinely actually receive requests for illegal dumps from the actual apartment owners, basically complaining that their tenants are doing the illegal dumping, and we're expected to go pick it up. In conjunction with the private haulers, sanitation would like to provide outreach regarding large item collection. Private haulers use a fee-based collection, but it's not being utilized enough in the city. I reached out to 2 of the larger private haulers that service the city. One of the private haulers said so far this year they've only had 50 requests for large item pickups from the multifamilies, which they said is below their average that they encounter in other cities. Another private hauler said they'd had 72 pickups, and this is from January through July. So it's a service that's being vastly underutilized, especially when you compare it with the fact that on the residential side, our sanitation division collected over 5,000 residential large item pickups in the last fiscal year. We could also require private haulers via the municipal code to offer the large item collection. Most do offer it, but again, it is a fee-based service that they provide. An additional option may be to incorporate a per unit fee for multifamily units, which could be used to offset costs associated with illegal dump collection incurred by the sanitation division. As of 2020, there are over 23,000 individual multifamily units in Torrance, of which over 19,000 were in buildings 5 units or larger. This would more than cover our $65.25 cost per 1,320 illegal dumps in the previous fiscal year. Next slide, please. Next option would be to have hardwired or solar-powered cameras, primarily at some of the hotspot locations that we've identified. The big advantage is that they can provide 24/7 surveillance of a location. They may deter dumping at specific locations that cameras are present. Some difficulties may be providing adequate coverage for the 330 miles of roadway in Torrance, along with the alleys. It could create additional dumping locations if people move away from where cameras are and they try to go to places where cameras are not. We would also require some level of PD enforcement to monitor and review whatever was caught on film. And there may be a little cost prohibitive. I've reviewed 3 different firms so far. The lowest firm, my estimates were between $40,000 and $80,000 year one, depending on how many cameras we put out, and then there would be ongoing data charges as well. So it is a little on the pricey side. Last, next slide, please, Kitty. Last, we've evaluated a large item event to see if that would reduce illegal dumping. In all honesty, staff believes that this will have minimal impact on illegal dumping. While a bulk item event may provide additional service for residents who have items they would like to get rid of, the majority of our illegal dump activity is coming from or near the multifamily complexes. A bulk item event would have little impact on move-in or move-out illegal dumping associated with the multifamily units. In addition, a bulk item event may be limited into what would be accepted. We would not accept hazardous waste, car parts, construction, demolition debris, which are a lot of items that we find as illegal dumps. And again, there could be a cost prohibitive. Right now, I'm estimating a cost to be between $15,000 and $20,000 for a one-time event, which would include overtime labor, disposal costs, and administrative cost. And we would need a funding source to be able to fund that. The current residential rates actually already fund the large item pickup that the residents receive. And that's what I have for right now. If you go to the last page, has our contact information. The last slide, it's got our customer service number and email address. It also has the Public Works phone number and email address. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have some questions from the council. Okay, I'm asking the group that is making the noise now You may not yell out and clap like that to disrupt our meeting. If you continue to do that, you will be asked to leave. Thank you. We have some questions from council. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for bringing back this item back. Thanks for doing the research. I have a question on the fees that we charge our single family. What portion of those fees go towards the yearly? Is there a specific amount that the account holders pay that would cover the yearly large item pickup?
Are you talking for the large item pickup?
Correct.
There is actually, yes. So when the rates were last done in 2017, a component for large item pickup was factored into that rate. At the time they were done, it was roughly 75 cents per month per home. That figure's probably closer to 90 cents now based upon CPI increases since 2017.
Okay, so let's just figure roughly $10 a year.
Give or take, yes, sir.
Let's just say, figuratively speaking. What I'd like to possibly propose here in the future is that we charge $10 a year, basically. Now, I don't know if this can actually be tacked on to the business license that the landlord would pay the city, like a per unit. I see here that it's a per unit to help absorb the illegal dumping, but what I would like to propose is more of a $10 or whatever that amount might be, $10, $12 a year that would get tacked onto the business license portion of it. So let's say they have, whatever, 5 units, they would pay an extra $50 a year for those 5 units, and that would cover the service that we could provide for the yearly pickup. That is actually, in other words, extend what we do for our residents to every resident within the city, instead of just our single-family residents. And I think that would help alleviate, of course, not only the cost of picking up those things legally, instead of just trying to chase the illegal ones only. In other words, when you have 5 units paying $50 a year, that could add up to quite a bit of revenue that we could use to pick up both the illegal dumping and the legal call-in ones.
Sure, that's something that I can get together with the finance department and we can research that, yes.
Okay, and whatever that amount might be. I do like the idea of possibly revising some of our fines. Now, I think we talk about enforcement quite a bit. You can have all the laws, all the ordinances, all the fines you want, but if we can't enforce it or have the inability to enforce these ordinances, it's really hard to you can put $1 million fine, but if you can't enforce it, it just kind of makes it useless. But as a preventative measure, I would like to see those fines be raised to something to where it's not just $50 or whatever that amount was, because I think illegal dumping is a problem. Some areas look just horrible because of the illegal dumping.
Correct. I agree. I do not think the fines currently prohibit anybody from illegal dumping right now. $25, it's not going to do anything.
No, that's not going to do anything. I'm sorry, I made a couple notes here on some of the proposals. I think it's great. I would hope that some of the options aren't unique to, in other words, option D is not just only option D or option C. I mean, having some cameras installed might be a good deterrent. I think the cost seems rather high, but if we do have some kind of revenue stream coming in from the landlords, that would help alleviate some of that cost. I'd be in favor.
Correct. The thought would be if there were additional fees that we could use it to purchase equipment and/or help pay for the illegal dumping costs that we're incurring right now.
Yeah, and and I get it why people dump. I mean, it's last minute. They're moving out. The truck's out there. It doesn't fit in the truck. What do you do with it? I don't want to deal with it. Just throw it in the alley. And I get it. Or maybe they can't pay the rent, and they're sure as heck not going to pay a couple $100s to get it picked up, or pay somebody to go drop it off.
Correct, and I think actually the sanitation division does such a good job of picking things up so quickly that it probably encourages others to just set it out there knowing it's going to get picked up.
Yeah.
Like I said, our typical response time is within 48 hours, business hours, and doing 1,300 pickups in a fiscal year, I think is phenomenal for our division.
I think it's a great service that we do. I think leaving it out there is not an option.
No, sir.
But we do need to subsidize that effort somehow, and I think, unfortunately, right now, we have to look at the landlords to pitch in for the service, considering that most of the stuff is most likely coming from their apartment building.
We're finding the majority is from the multifamilies, yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks again for the effort. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. A couple of things I was just thinking, and this is in terms of enforcement. You know, a lot of times, multifamily units or apartment takes a deposit for when they initiate the rent, so that if they put the apartment back in shape or certain cleanup costs. I don't know if there's a way to work with the managers of these apartment units to see if there's a way to add a risk reduction dumping up front, which is where you estimate wraparound costs per visit if there's an illegal dumping. So they put it in when they initiate their contract, and afterwards, after they move out, the manager could take a look to see that there's no dumping, then they get that wraparound estimated deposit back. That's just something I just thought about. Almost like, you know, apartment cleanup fee, just something like that. I don't know if that's a possibility to look at. Two is when I look at your pie chart on the 29% seems like they're couches. I was just thinking, since Chris Cagle was here just now, are there any businesses which does some kind of furniture restoration so that, you know, the basic frame and structure of the furniture is still good, as long as they know they have people who like to just, you know, refinish and sell it for a lower cost. That could probably put some people to work.
There are actually, it's actually on, if you refer to the slide that has the public outreach on it, with the Twitter symbol and the little flyer, there's a link on there for an organization called Free Cycle. And what Free Cycle does is it basically tries to line up people to trade goods, or, you know, if you may have a couch and I go on there and I can get your couch for free. It's an exchange, basically. There's another link on there too, but that for LA County Max, but that right now has been shut down due to COVID, so they're not operating that right now. But Free Cycle's designed to align people together that you may have something that somebody else needs, like a couch. I just don't think enough people are aware of that, but all of these things are on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, then I'll take a motion to accept and file.
So moved.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That takes us to oral communication number 1, which is limited to a 15-minute period. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda or under the consent calendar. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communication number 1 or oral communication number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, we ask you to please turn off or leave your cell phone when you come to the podium to speak. And if you're presenting handout material to council, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Thank you. Anybody signed up?
Yes, Your Honor, Catherine Tan.
Hi, it's clear what there?
No, this one is for you.
Okay.
That one for the privilege.
Hi, dear City Council Committee. My name is Catherine. I live at Burin Avenue in Torrance, B-U-R-I-N, and I come here to request city to post, parking by permit only street sign on the residential side of Burin. What happened is on the other side of the Burin Avenue is all business. So the employee of the business, and they're always parking their car in front of my house. As well as someone, auto repair shop, they parking their customer's vehicle in front of my house. for more than 72 hours, oftentimes. And I have two college girls that have no place to park. And so they have to park further and walk home sometimes at night. And I reported to Torrance Community Development Department, also the Traffic Division, and they're...
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. If you go to the back, we'll have someone come up and get your information so they can communicate with you, okay? Thank you.
Jason R.
Swastikas, that's what you're known for, isn't it, Fear Fury? Those police officers knew that they could do that based off of your Nazi-style leadership. The city, the views of the city council, the police department and its officers are as dated as Heidi's hideous haircut. Let's see here. Matucci the douchey. You remind me of the Penguin. I wasn't kidding when I said that, Danny DeVito. So I'm just wondering, do you wobble back down into the sewers after the meeting, or do they let you air out for a little bit? I'm Ethiopian, so I'm used to dragging and embarrassing Italians like yourself. And then when it comes to George George Gascon is coming for y'all, for this police department. We know that he's going to prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. It's undoubtable that you need to create a civilian oversight commission of the police department. Fuck you. I got 10 copies of fuck you, 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 and fuck you. I yield the rest of my fucking time.
You're going to have to stop these outbursts or everybody's going to be asked to leave. It's just that simple, okay? Thank you.
Pork chop.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here and celebrate with you with the Little League success and also the police department success. There is no other police department, not even the New York City NYPD Blue, has 13 officers suspended at the same time. This is cause for celebration. And thank you, Mr. Furry, to leave us in the dark. Thank you also to get the two motherfuckers who painting swastikas on people's car arrested and fined and charged and whatever. Also, who is in charge here, Mr. Furry? Who's running this city? Who's running this police department? Is that you or Mr. Shaparian? Who's hiring these thugs? Who's hiring these thugs and who's paying these thugs? Now we have 13 officers in paid vacation.
Mateos.
It's pronounced Mateos. Thank you. Okay, hi. Yeah, I don't have anything prepared, but fire the officers that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Matthew Concannon, Anthony Chavez. You know, Michelle, the officers that killed Michelle Shirley. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here in this temple to racism, to admonish you face to face for just being complicit, and to finally see this all come to light. And I want to know how ashamed you are. I want to know how upset, how scared you are at the impending justice that's coming. We're here every week, every other week, because you're running scared. And we're going to keep coming until we get justice. 13 officers under investigation, that's all we know about. Honestly, the Torrance Police Department should look into every excessive use of force or every categorical use of force that's ever been implemented in your department's history. Because we know about 13, but Lord knows every single targeted person of color was targeted by a racist, a Klansman, Matucci's kin, you know? So I just don't...
Thank you, sir.
Bill Christine.
My name is Bill Christine, and I live with my wife, who is an invalid in a wheelchair at 21107 Amy Avenue, apartment number 1, Torrance 90503. I am here to make you aware and put on record about the gross mismanagement of this property. The estimated 60 units are owned by Coastline Real Estate Advisors of El Segundo. The president of Coastline is Stephen Ludwig of San Diego. I presume that Coastline and Mr. Ludwig are licensed in some way to do business in the city of Torrance, which means that what I say should be of your concern. There are multiple violations of City Health and Safety Code 13114 and the like, which I will deal with if there is time. I paid the rent on the way according to the lease on June 1st. That check has not cleared my bank. I paid the rent in this way on July 1st. That check has not cleared my bank. I paid the rent on August 1st. Strangely, that check was processed by the bank on August 5th, but the other two checks are not in my possession and remain in limbo. Attempts to resolve this and other issues have gone for naught.
Sir, your time's up. If you go to the back, I have, we have somebody who give you get the information from you, and we'll get back to you, okay? Just go back to the back.
They will take the 10 copies.
Just go to the back and she'll take care of it. Anybody else? Rebecca?
No, nobody else signed up.
Anybody else wish to be heard?
So I'm here to present you with a petition I have with 5,000 signatures for the demanding of the firing of Officer Matthew Concanon and Anthony Chavez and create a civilian oversight commission. Those officers had murdered my son, and I'm demanding that justice be done. They were very, very aggressive officers, and they came out there to murder my baby. I miss him so much. Don't nobody care and know how much I miss him. He was only 23 years old, my only child. What is done? Nothing has been done. I'm loving how Gascon is coming up in here and taking charge because nobody else is doing nothing about it. Because when I seen the video, the officers murdered my son within 15 seconds. They lied on him. And the ex-chief lied too in my face, and y'all trying to protect them. And I'm demanding justice. Here's the petition. I want you guys to take it and do something. Do not just sit around with the paperwork.
The young lady will take that from you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, your time is up.
Say his name! Christopher DeAndre Mitchell! Say his name! Christopher DeAndre Mitchell! Say his name! Christopher DeAndre
I request that the group over here that's yelling out from the audience cease and desist. You may not speak out, yell out from the audience. Please wait for your turn to speak. Well, sir, then we're going to leave you. You're out of here, sir. Sir, you're leaving. Sergeant of Arms? No, sir. We're waiting for the gentleman to leave. Public comment is running out. We're going to take a recess now. Okay, we're back from our recess and reconvene the meeting. As my calculations have it, we have 5 minutes left on oral communications number 1. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard? I see none, so we move on to the consent calendar. Matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed by a council member from the consent calendar and considered separately. Councilmember Ashcraft?
I would like item 8D considered separately because I need to recuse myself.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Chen?
AE as in Edward.
Anybody else wish to discuss any items on the consent calendar? Then I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar except for 8D as in David and 8E as in Edward.
Motion to approve the consent calendar, excluding 8D as in David and 8E as in Edward.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Ms. Ashcraft, do you want to excuse yourself? Item 8D is from Community Development to approve a final track map number 82897. Are there any questions or comments by council? If not, I'll take a motion to approve 8D as in David.
Move to approve 8D.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Ashcraft recused.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith is getting Councilmember Ashcraft. Councilwoman Ashcraft is back with us, and now it's time for 8E as in Edward, from Finance to accept and file an investment report for the month of June 2021. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have detailed questions. I don't understand the figures. It's really the question is, I understand all our investments month to month is based on our investment policy. My question really is there possible for us to, for the investment policy group or the team, to at least take a look at, is there any changes to the investment policy we might consider going in the future? I was just looking at, you know, what we invest in at. I don't know what it takes to look at it and say, hey, maybe we consider this philosophy or the other. That's a question that we can do. Yeah.
Councilman Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. The investment policy is reviewed annually. We just started this past budget cycle to include it as part of the annual budget. And it is also, as part of the review, it is also adopted by the City Council annually. So any requested changes or reviews are typically reviewed at that time.
Okay, so next time it'll come up would be?
Around May.
May of
May
next year.
22.
Okay, I'm just looking, I'm not that I want to do anything super risky. I'm just thinking, you know, the rates of earning just seems like, I think we might be falling even behind inflation, so I'm not sure that's a wise, good investment policy. Just thought at least there's an opportunity to look at it. Maybe we can see where some areas we can do, maybe do a little better, that's all. Thank you, and if no other, I will, you know, move to accept and file 8 Edward.
Are there any other questions from council? I see none. We'll take your motion.
Okay, I move to accept 8E.
Start voting, please.
Move on to item,
Councilmember Walser, thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
thank you. Moving on to item 9A, from the city manager to accept and file update report on city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance. From staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Assistant City Manager Danny Santana. As requested by Mayor and Council, staff is returning before your honorable body to provide the first of regular monthly updates for the council and the community on the city's progress on addressing homelessness in the city of Torrance. This evening, I will be joined by my colleagues in the City Manager's Office, Viet Wong and Zulma Kent, and providing updates of the following: any potential site alternatives in terms of the site location activations, developments related to the program and budget for temporary activations, completion of tasks and goals in the council-approved plan to prevent and combat homelessness, and finally, outreach program outcomes that will include program efforts, successes to date, and the work ahead of us in addressing this complicated area of widespread community concern. As presented in June of this year, city staff completed a potential viable sites assessment of the entire city. When buffering for existing schools, residential, and commercial corridor sites, and accounting for the low vacancy rate in industrial sectors and the numerous industrial projects, the availability of available land that would be viable, available, and accessible to the city was severely constrained. The recommendation from staff to your honorable body at that time to pursue the Civic Center was focused and guided by those parameters, not in any way related to Council District 3 not having a elected representative on the city council. With respect to continued sites and searches, as directed by council in your motion, community development staff has continued to engage with large industrial landowners in the city to identify any new availabilities. Unfortunately, no alternatives have materialized as of yet, but through these discussions, one large industrial landowner offered to provide financial support to the city's homelessness efforts. That offer was referred to the city manager's office staff, who are coordinating with the landowner to present their generosity at a future council meeting soon. Staff has also commenced researching steps and costs associated with removing the existing regional transit center deed restrictions that currently limit the availability of overnight occupancies at that location. Finally, staff will continue to explore alternative sites, and if available alternatives become available, excuse me for that, staff will return to council for further direction on that. As stated in the item, staff will continue to advance the activation of the Civic Center so as to avoid missing out on currently available funding and the associated submittal deadline. This funding would help the city to cover associated site preparation, pallet shelter procurement, and the operational costs associated with running a successful program that the city would otherwise be required to provide on its own. To provide a closer look at the budget and funding sources along those lines, I'd like to introduce Deputy City Manager Viet Wong.
Thank you, Danny. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Viet Wong, City Manager's Office. And at the June 22nd meeting, we presented to your honorable body some potential funding sources. And I'd actually like to pick up that conversation and give you an update where we're at with funding sources to date, as well as what we're looking at prospectively in the future. And in the meantime, staff has continued to meet with the appropriate city departments to plan the necessary steps for site preparation as well as activation. So in looking at funding sources, one of the funding sources we did identify for you on June 22nd was through the Measure H Innovation Funds. And just as a gentle reminder, Measure H Innovation Funds were available to cities through the COG in the 2020 to 2021 time period. So the funds expire at the end of this year. At the time we spoke to you, we were in initial conversations with the COG about a small pot of money of approximately $100,000 that a city that's represented by our South Bay COG was unable to use. They were, in other words, while they had competed for these funds, they were unable to actually use them during the time period. So the city asked if we would be eligible for them. I'm happy to say that through the efforts of South Bay COG staff, they've developed the MOU and are now awaiting approval from the county so that the $100,000 can be used for our own site. Staff is preparing to use that for site preparation as well as some one-time costs and capital costs. A second pot of money that we discussed with you on June 22nd also again came from the South Bay COG. This time, instead of innovation funds, the South Bay COG has received through Measure H funding for the 2022 to 2023 year. And what Measure H did was they allocated all the various COGs a pot of money. And our South Bay COG received $1.9 million. So they did a call for projects, and the city submitted 3 projects to be considered. One of the 3 projects we did submit for was for almost $400,000, again for site preparation, one-time costs, and 2 outreach workers or housing navigators that we can retain during an 18-month time period. One more pot of money that the city is directly looking at, and that is our allocation of $1.7 million from the American Relief Plan Home Funds. They're being administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And those $1.7 million, at the time that we had originally presented you in June 22nd, we thought we would know by now how to access those funds and the guidelines. We heard from HUD this afternoon that we are not expecting the guidelines to be available probably until November. So that pushes our timeline just back a little bit further until we can actually activate the site. I'll address that a little bit more in just a few bullet points. The $1.7 million right now, based on how we read or that we anticipate the guidelines might allow us to use, we're planning to use it for operating expenses. So when I say operating expenses, I'm referring to the operator of the site itself, which would include things like case management, security, showers, restrooms, and support services that are necessary to run the facilities. The one thing I do want to note on that one is because we don't actually know what the HUD guidelines will say about this $1.7 million, staff is aware that we need to be flexible with how those funds might be used. The last pot of money that we wanted to talk to you about and give you an update on is our collaboration with LA County in terms of funding the temporary housing program. We are still in conversation with the county on what that agreement might potentially look like. One notable update to provide for you is that the county will be using their American Relief Plan Act Tranche 1 funds. And because they'll be using those federal funds, they will need to go through an RFP process. Previously, we were thinking potential of using discretionary funds, which would not require an RFP process. However, since these are federal funds, county staff believe that they will need to go through a formal RFP process. The county and the city staff continue to work together to create an agreement, and the city's priority is to make sure that we're prioritizing those who are experiencing homelessness here in the city. Once we do have an agreement that we think is ready to bring forward to your honorable body, we will do so. I've mentioned it a few times. There's been a few delays in funding. In the June 22nd meeting, staff from both the county and the city thought we might have this up and running by September or October of this year. The big delay is because we don't actually have the $1.7 million guidelines from HUD yet. We are having difficulty moving forward until we see what those funds can actually be used for. So that's the first delay. The second delay still is in the conversation the city is having with the county regarding prioritizing Torrance, those experiencing homelessness in Torrance for the temporary housing program. We are hopeful that we will know more and can come back at the September update to your honorable body to share with you what timeline we reasonably expect. All is not lost. While staff admits that we are a little disappointed we couldn't keep with the timeline we were hoping to give you that we shared with you back in June, all is not lost. There's been some opportunities for us to study viable programs as well as look at different operators. So we wanted to share with you a quick update on that one. In terms of program development, at the June 22nd meeting, your honorable body expressed some concern about what residents would be doing during their time in the temporary housing. In other words, how would they stay engaged? We reached out to the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, and you actually heard Chris Cagle this evening steal a little bit of my thunder I'm excited to say that the South Bay WIB has identified some programs that they can actually bring to those who are staying at the temporary housing. One of the programs is called Blueprint, which provides residents with life skills training. Another program that they offered is pre-employment training, such as how to write a resume or how to apply for a job. And lastly, as Chris Cagle has identified, there's a number of grant opportunities that can provide for work experience and on-the-job training that staff will pursue once we've identified the operator and activated the site. Adrian Fajardo from the city manager's office has been reaching out to other tiny home villages that have had positive results in terms of engaging their residents while they are staying in a temporary housing program. So we'll be continuing to look at best practices and some of those other opportunities. As some of you were generous enough to share with us, we looked at the Salvation Village, which is a 75 unit operated by the Salvation Army. It's actually right next to the Los Angeles Harbor College in Wilmington, and it is funded by the city of Los Angeles. In reviewing that site, some things that we learned about it is it carries a similar model to all the other models we looked at. Last time we were before you on June 22nd, we talked about the city of Riverside. We talked about the city of Redondo Beach. Here's another example of a similar tiny home village using the same concept of case management coupled with support services and housing stability. That's the temporary housing model that the Salvation Village is currently using. The goal of all those at the Salvation Village is to eventually move those residents into permanent housing. Our takeaway from visiting the Salvation Village is that's a model that many operators are using, and that we think that the Salvation Army could be a viable operator if they so choose to pursue an RFP to run our potential temporary housing. One last thing we wanted to share with you is this delay in actually activating our site has given staff a chance to study other successful communities and how they're conducting outreach with their own community to make sure that the community around these temporary housing programs understand what's going on. Chelsea Schaefer in the city manager's office has been reaching out to other communities and studying what they're doing in terms of outreach, including Hermosa Beach, Riverside, Eagle Rock, LA District 15, Santa Cruz, and even Tacoma, Washington. And what we're finding out are ways in which we can let the community know what a temporary housing program looks like, what they can expect from it, how they can reach out to the operator if they have any questions. And even some of these programs are giving the community a chance to see what temporary housing or tiny homes look like. So those are all things that we'll be bringing back and which we will keep on our radar as we move closer to activating a site and selecting an operator. With that, at this time, I'm pleased to introduce Zolma Gent, who will be wrapping up our update with our outreach program outcomes, our webpage, and city collaborations. Zolma?
Thank you, Viet. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Zulma Gent, Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. Before I begin addressing the numbers on the outreach outcome metrics chart that was included in your agenda packet, I would like to kindly remind your honorable body that these numbers are independent from the outreach efforts that the Torrance Police Department community lead officers respond to on a daily basis. One of the most important documents that was provided in the agenda packet is the homeless metric, which was put in place to allow the city to track the effectiveness of the outreach aspect of homelessness and to provide monthly update of raw data to your honorable body and members of the community. For the first section of the metrics, which is labeled Assessment Interaction, these numbers are a reflection of the course of the grant funding of Valerie's Hernandez Outreach Service contract so far, and they are updated and confirmed on a monthly basis by staff. For the first 5 months of Valerie's outreach efforts, she has had a total of 25 clients, and out of those clients, she's had 75 street encounters. In that next section of the metrics, which is labeled Priority Score, a priority score is used to assess or triage and determine a person's needs. The lower the score, the lower the intervention that person needs. The higher the score means the client will require a higher level of service. Under this section, Valerie has seen a total of 2 clients with the lowest priority score of 1, and of 2 clients for a priority score of 4, which is the highest score level. On the next section, which is labeled Documentation Ready, this section is essential and is required to clients as they continue to prepare themselves to the path of permanent housing, whether it's obtaining an ID, a birth certificate, or enrolling a client into a benefits program. Valerie has assisted 14 clients in getting them document ready. On page 2 of that metrics, I'd like to point out a few noteworthy numbers. Valerie has made a total of 8 permanent housing referrals since the inception of the outreach program here in the city. Valerie has also placed 6 total clients into permanent housing. Another noteworthy number to point out is the LA HOP request number. Valerie has responded to a total of 49 LA HOP requests here in the city of Torrance. And staff continues to encourage the community to please continue to use the LA HOP portal, which is one of the best ways to help address anyone experiencing homelessness in the city. The information entered in that portal will be used to dispatch a homeless outreach team to the area. The portal can be accessed at www.lasa.org/portal/apps/LA HOP. The chart, along with all update information that was described today, can be found in the city's webpage. Staff will continue to collaborate with City Cable in updating the website with all pertinent and latest news as it relates to homelessness. Whether it's outreach numbers that I just mentioned or the other topics that my colleagues discussed, meals and nutrition and programs and information in assessment of the selected site. Once the contract and funds are confirmed, upcoming outreach meetings and information will also be posted on that website and will be advertised via social media and all media platforms for the city. The webpage is www.torranceca.gov/services/homeless-services. We encourage the community to continue to visit that webpage for the latest information. In this report, there's also 2 success stories that I would also like to mention. The first success story is in regards to a mother duo that was initially residing in the city of Torrance. They were residing in the city of Torrance with a family member. Unfortunately, that family member became ill and sadly passed away. Both individuals became homeless and started taking shelter in a Torrance motel at their own expense. After their savings was depleted, they contacted Harbor Interfaith directly, and the case was added to Valerie's caseload. After receiving the referral, Valerie immediately did an intake and enrolled them into her outreach program. Valerie realized they were a good candidate for the Rapid Rehousing Program, which is a support intervention program that uses a combination of case management, housing navigation, and short to medium-term financial assistance. And it also includes light case management to ensure they maintain house. Once enrolled in Valerie's outreach program, Valerie provided support to the mother in assisting her to seek permanent employment. Ultimately, due to their collaborative efforts and the mother's determination, she landed a full-time employment as a certified nurse assistant. With steady employment and verified income, Valerie was able to provide permanent housing support to both the mother and the daughter. Valerie used a database and linked the pair to a program called Lease Up. Lease Up is a program that matches rent-ready tenants with property owners. This program offers ongoing support to every renter and monthly check-ins. As of May, the clients were able to obtain permanent housing. Up until today, their progress is excellent, with the mother maintaining the employment and the daughter recently graduating from community college. Another successful story that is noteworthy of mentioning to your honorable body was a client that was unfortunately laid off from his full-time job of 15 years. Valerie contacted the client and conducted the intake and also enrolled him in her program. Valerie connected the client with a short-term housing solution while she and the client developed a plan for permanent housing. The client was able to achieve work through his union, which provided him with verifiable income again and steady employment, and was eventually placed in permanent housing. In addition to the great success that Valerie continues to achieve via the outreach program, the city continues to address other solutions to homelessness. The Torrance Police Department community lead officers and Harbor Service outreach and staff continue to meet on a monthly basis to prioritize and exchange valuable information on priority clients in areas with large encampments. The multidisciplinary team is comprised of internal city departments and continue to meet also on a monthly basis. And our major focus within that team is to brainstorm on solutions in addressing large encampments and cleanups. This team has been able to address 6 areas of concern in partnership with Valerie and the Torrance Police Department, community lead officers, Public Works, and Caltrans. Before concluding this report, I would like to thank Valerie Hernandez, the Torrance Police Department, and all the city departments for their continued efforts in the city and addressing homelessness. This concludes staff report, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Zulma. Thank you, Viet. And thank you, staff. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. We appreciate the update. I just had a question on the budgetary numbers that were provided in the agenda item. On the item for the 48 by 8 pallet homes themselves for $372,000, that's $9,300 each. For some reason, there's a number that sticks in my head that they were going to be like $5,000 or $5,500 each. Is there been a change?
Councilman, you are correct. The units itself are somewhere right around 5,000 to 6,000. The other fees in there include delivery. I believe tax is in that number, as well as the air conditioning units and assembly. So that's an all-inclusive number with all those.
Oh, okay, so the number I heard before wasn't an all-inclusive number, and I misunderstood that. Thank you very much for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I think some of this information may have been covered either by Mr. Santana or in June 22nd report, but I thought I'd just repeat some of the questions for some of the public in case it's not clear. One of the questions was if we can explain to the public at large when we decided, I think for the June report, when looking at the entire city, who were represented from the city, the group that went to look at all the sites to, at the end of the day, converge on with options that ended up at the Civic Center.
Councilman Danny Santana. An interdisciplinary team comprised of various representatives from the Community Development Department and working with representatives from the City Manager's Office. We use GIS, Geographic Information Systems, to narrow down our search, removing out residentially developed properties, sites developed with schools, other sensitive type operations, and our primary commercial corridors. And by leveraging GIS technology, we were able to narrow the scope of the search. We also looked at the industrial developments that are taking place. We were cognizant of the less than 2% vacancy rate in them and the lack of available in-kind offerings to the city for an extended period of time to be dedicated for such a purpose. So we use GIS systems to narrow the search, to look at viable city assets, and we kept coming back to the unique capabilities of the Civic Center, where strategic locations within the Civic Center would yield a buffering standard that we could not meet in many other instances. So that was conducted by staff, represented by various technical specialties.
I guess I was trying to drill down just, for example, with folks in this particular case, as we're trying to find the best site that's practical, would it be fair to say they were representative from the fire department, police department, CDD, Public Works? I'm just thinking of just transit.
So various divisions within CDD, engineering, building and safety, planning, Section 8 housing units. Various divisions and other departments were engaged, including general services, our police department, our city manager's office, and I'm sure there were others that I'm not remembering offhand.
Okay, and then, thank you. And then the second question was, how long did this search take, roughly, the duration?
Roughly 6 to 8 weeks. The effort started in March, and we started advancing preparations for council presentations in May.
And then I'm going to ask the last questions I received from the resident here. What guidelines or directions were given to staff prior to starting the search for a location?
What was available, what was viable, and what we could afford.
Thank you very much. And I have another question. I think one of the big things toward the end of our June discussion was that the city was committed to continue to look at other viable locations that might work. And thank you for sharing about the Salvation Tiny Home, I think that's what we call it. Is that I think, Viet, you're saying that's funded by LA City, and it's part of the LA City Strip, I guess, near Harvard College. Is that a potential place where if we identify someone who needs temporary housing, potential, I'm just saying, that we could tap into if we need to, prior to establishing our own, something within the boundaries of the city of Torrance?
Councilman, what we know in visiting the site is they have a clear priority that comes from the city of Los Angeles, and that priority is those who are living in what they consider hotspots and encampments. And I believe what we were told is particularly those who live within 500 feet, it might be 300, it's one of the two, of the site itself. I can look at my notes if you'd like.
Okay, 500 feet, I guess it's, that is actually a pretty small radius, I guess. Yeah, are those, we'll probably have to formulate our guidelines as well. I know the LA City passed some ordinances or resolution a couple of months ago about, there's no homeless encampment within certain distance of schools or things like that.
Councilman, City Manager, if I may, one of the distinctions with the city of LA, it's fully funded by LA City funds.
Right.
If I may, I know we're looking at potential various sources, and one of the prioritizations that they're able to manage is the fact that the funding is coming from the city.
Exactly. I naturally just assume that. I just want to ask, be clear, if it's coming from LA City funds, I'm assuming that, they get first dibs or first priority. I'm assuming that when, at the time we stand up our own temporary shelter, the priority would be what we determine the Torrance homeless.
Yeah, that's one of the issues that Mr. Hong raised, depending on the level of funding that we received. That's one of the discussion points with LA County in regards to what is that percentage breakdown. Ideally, we'll be able to have priority in addressing individuals within Torrance, but if the county is a partner in the funding, there's opportunity for them to want to service other folks with the SPA 8, and that's one of the areas that we're still in discussions with them.
Right. Yeah, I could potentially see that, if there's funding from a certain source, there's a strings attached, but it would behoove us that we would be aggressively searching out what we would think is the Torrance homeless first and get that populated before somebody else try to insert LA
Our team is actively developing that outreach now as we speak, with the goal, once we do have the operational site, that we have Torrance individuals experiencing homelessness housed at the location.
Okay.
Sorry, Councilman, just to add one other thing to that. That was the purpose why the team decided to put in a call for a project to include 2 additional outreach workers for that very reason, to ensure that we have a team out there engaging encampments and hotspots.
So understanding these ground rules, if I kind of infer, LA City's focus on LA City, Torrance, we're focusing on Torrance. Would it make sense that the LA County, say LA County Sheriff, would have actually a broader reach in terms of helping out with homelessness and enforcing anti-camping, things like that, because their boundaries is the entire county now? I'm switching it up a little bit.
We haven't explored that, the jurisdictional, Torrance as a charter city, we have our own police department. LA County, their enforcement is within the unincorporated areas or cities that have a contract with the county. We have not engaged in discussions with the sheriff in regards to enforcing our local ordinances.
I understand. I was just thinking that I believe the sheriff already started, at least I thought I read Venice Beach as one area, and I thought that I'm just checking in terms of boundaries when we're talking about boundaries. Should we need help? What if, we have 40, we've got 41, what do we do, at some point, right? If we can get access to help, that's really what I'm questioning. If the county decides to put 3 people in there and we're at 39, and we only have 40, then what do we do? I'm just thinking, at some point, we need to at least, look in the future and see what the options are and what knowledge we can, ask for help rather than, for a situation to happen on us.
Yeah, we'll continue to explore and encourage other cities within the SPY 8 in the COG to have their own installations for these shelters, so the burden isn't carried necessarily by a few of the cities who are at the forefront. And hopefully we'll create those partnerships with other agencies and be able to address your concern of additional individuals who may need the help.
Okay, that's all the question I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the hard work you guys have been putting into for everybody. I know it's a lot of details, a lot of moving parts. On Sunday, I had sent 8 questions. I didn't see a response to those 8 questions yet. Is that something that's coming soon, or?
Yes, Councilman, we did receive the questions, and staff will work on them.
Work on it. Okay. If I may ask, at least not all of them, of course, or else we'd be here all night. But as far as bathrooms, I know the bathrooms at the parks are open right now. Overnight, and I know that the parks close between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Are there any plans to start closing them anytime soon? Because, they're wide open, they're kind of dangerous, really, at nighttime. Somebody could get pulled in there. It's one of those situations to where I think it would be wise to start locking them up at 10 p.m. and reopen them at 6 a.m.
Staff can definitely review that.
Also, ADA, I think we've talked about this before, and I think on June 22nd, we talked about ADA accessibility. If somebody's partially blocking the sidewalk or blocking the sidewalk, at this point, are we enforcing ADA laws? Because I think it's happening quite a bit around town. People kind of bring all their stuff, lay it out on the sidewalk. I saw it this morning on Anza and Calle Mayor. Pretty much the whole sidewalk was covered with personal items and somebody kind of yelling at traffic going by. So is that something that we can currently enforce even without having the shelters ready?
Councilman, I think there's probably 2 parts to this answer. I'm going to look for Patrick for half of it.
Yeah, so Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney's Office. It would actually be approached under the Penal Code. There's a provision under 647C about free passage. The second part of your question, there are ADA requirements, but that's more on a liability side as opposed to a blocking the sidewalk side.
So we are enforcing this, or is it enforceable at this point?
Chief Jeremiah Hart, sir, right now, I cannot recall a time off the top of my head in the past few months where that penal code has been enforced, but I'll go back to staff to find out and get you an answer on that.
Okay. I don't mean to put you guys in a weird spot. it's been kind of lingering on, and I feel like kind of reluctant to enforce ordinances. And I can understand why. There's a lot of litigation out there, but I think our number one role is to protect the residents and businesses of Torrance.
Councilman, the other half of that answer is anytime we do receive notification, Zolma and our outreach worker, Valerie, are dispatched to it. And as you've heard in previous presentations, it can take multiple points of contact to allow someone to accept service. I know that's not necessarily an answer to your question about enforcement. That is an answer to the response that we do give, is when we do know that there are individuals blocking sidewalks and experiencing homelessness, we do send out Zolma and Valerie for that very reason.
Okay. Okay. And of course, you know, I think Councilman Chen kind of brought this up. I feel because LA County is hopefully eventually going to fund or help fund our project, that they have the ability to bring in individuals from Spot 8, but it doesn't seem like it goes the other way around. It almost seems like they can bring them here, but we can't bring them there. And when I say there, I mean within Spot 8. Is that a correct statement?
Councilman, I don't have numbers off the top of my head. I think one thing that I'm cognizant about is, as it stands right now, those who are receiving assistance, so some of the success stories that even Zolma shared with you, or the numbers, may or may not be actually served in Torrance. So very well these individuals might be in other areas in Spot 8. We just don't have a grasp on it. I think I've mentioned before, we do not have a true shelter that's accessible by anyone in the city. So those who have been able to achieve temporary housing solutions are doing so somewhere other than Torrance, simply because we don't have it at this point.
Yeah, I just want to avoid a situation to where in LA County we have, almost 60,000 individuals that are homeless, and all of a sudden we put up 40 housing units or 40 shelters, temporary shelters, and here comes a busload from LA County dumping 40 individuals into our homes, and it kind of leaves us, okay, now we're maxed out. We can't enforce anti-camping. We can't really do anything. So I just don't want it to become, well, we paid for it, so therefore we're going to dump 40 individuals into your city. I just don't want it to become that kind of situation. Now, if there's some that are in desperate need and are relatively close and we have availability of beds, I can see that being a definite must. Of course, we want to try to help everyone, but we do have to make our problem in Torrance a main priority. If not, I mean, we're just building it for LA County and, you know, excuse my French, pissing off a bunch of people here in Torrance just so that we can leave 40 individuals from LA County that get dumped over here. I definitely don't want that. I mean, if that's the case, I almost rather scrap the whole thing if that's really the direction we're headed. Of course, enforcement of the anti-camping, I said it before and I'll say it again, it's a must. If we don't enforce anti-camping, I mean, this whole program, all we're going to do is put 40 individuals in housing, which is great, but we're still going to have 40 more or 100 more roaming the streets. So I think it's not going to be as effective unless there's enforcement of that ordinance that we voted on June 22nd. So, but anyways, I look forward to seeing the answers to those big questions. I think they're relatively, I know they're complex in general because there's a lot of moving parts to each one of those questions, but I think it's important that we put it down on paper what our plan is, especially plans to expand so that we can continue enforcing the anti-camping once, of course, we start. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everything that everyone is doing regarding this important issue. My question comes from a conversation I had just today with a local business owner that is in desperate need of employees. Is there a resource yet with the city where we can match the gentleman that lost his job after 15 years with the skill sets that might match this local business owner that needs help?
Councilman, we don't currently have that in place. And to be honest with you, our outreach worker has been focusing on those who probably have been experiencing homelessness the longest. So there's a chance that they're going to need multiple points of contact and other services, including getting document ready, and moving closer to a permanent or at least an interim housing solution. So our outreach worker has been purposely identifying individuals. One thing potentially, as we shared earlier and as Chris Kegel alluded to in his presentation, we are looking for the opportunities to bring the South Bay Workforce Investment Board staff out here so we can create that matching. We are aware of a number of businesses that are struggling finding individuals. And we are aware that some people experiencing homelessness might be ready for an employment opportunity right now. It's really getting South Bay Web out here and seeing what programs we can put in place. As of who we're seeing right now, some of the challenges are our outreach worker really is trying to go for the encampments where people might have been experiencing homelessness for a while and maybe higher on the acuity score.
Councilwoman, if I could add, Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. In addition to what Mr. Wong mentioned in terms of the programs that are underway for those currently experiencing homelessness and job matching resources, there's an existing great resource in downtown Torrance, the One Stop Resource Center, that can certainly help provide supportive services to that business and matching them with prospective employees. If you share that information with staff, we'd be happy to make that connection.
Perfect, thank you.
And along the lines of Mr. Santana, I know the Workforce Investment Board has job developers where they actually go to employers and find jobs for disadvantaged people, people who are out of work, and they bring them in either trained or be trained on the job, and then they pay their salary, which is the benefit to the employer. So they actually get some free labor in the training portion. In fact, today we had a meeting with the Torrance Auto Dealers Association, and we advised them that we have this and we're looking at businesses, and we will do that to the Chamber of Commerce as well, to let them know that we want to develop, to get these people who are without homes to be able to have a job, the documentation, a job. And one of the things we kind of gloss over is, and it should be the top rung, is the reunification aspect of it. Because there's many, many homeless people who are experiencing homelessness who, for some reason, are out of touch with their families and can't get in touch with their families. And getting documentation and perhaps the assistance to connect with a brother, a sister, an aunt, an uncle, maybe a really distant relative, that would be a true success story, because perhaps there's people on the other side looking for them too, and they can't find them. So it's lots of moving parts. I think Councilmember Matucci said there's lots of moving parts to get this to work, and that's one of the things. We mentioned enforcement of the anti-camping ordinance, and I think the best anti-camping ordinance enforcement is that we do have a location for a bed. Therefore, you have to move. You have to pack up and move along. You can't continue here. And most people will actually do that method because you tell them that we can do this now because we have a bed. So that is the benefit of having a camping ordinance. We go back to Los Angeles, and historically, Los Angeles passed a tax measure called Triple H. And that's tax money that's brought into the city of Los Angeles for homelessness to build actual facilities. And that's what they're building all of these facilities with, is the tax money that was collected in Los Angeles City, and they're spending the money within Los Angeles City. The county has another, the other measure, which is H, and that's a countywide measure, and that's where we're trying to get our share out of that, what our community has put in there through the tax measure. It was a 1/4 cent sales tax. So 1/4 cent of the sales tax collected now in the city of Torrance goes to the county, and then we're just getting a portion back from that. Unfortunately, we have to go through the grant process and through the Council of Governments to get that money back to us. So there's an awful lot of moving parts on this, and I think at the outset, Mr. Santana pointed out that we've had communications with some of our industrial real estate people, and while they didn't have places for us, they have money that they're willing to put up to assist with this, and that's a great thing. And the other thing was, we're looking at the legalities of perhaps changing the deed restriction that we have at our transit center. So there's a portion of land over there that may, you know, if we could change that, we could put it there, and that would alleviate the problems that people perceive by putting it over by a police department. So it's an ongoing thing. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to not be September, October, November, maybe by the end of the fourth quarter or the beginning of the first quarter of next year before we have anything up and running. Correct?
You are correct, Mayor.
So, are there any other questions? Anybody from the public wish to be heard?
Hello. This is Pork Chop again. Okay, both judges, listen to this one. $3.5 million, and you're gonna spend it on 40 little shacks. It doesn't say that after your successful program, how much is it gonna cost to, you know, get rid of the shacks. But I made a little calculation in my head. If you would house 100 people in these shacks, what is disgusting, you live in a shack, 8x8 shack for 18 months. You live in an 8x8 shack. But anyway, if you survive, that would be over $100 each day. Now, I could put any person for $100 each day in a motel with running water, toilets, and decent conditions. You don't talking about where is the toilet, where is the shower. Disgusting. Spending $3.5 million.
Thank you, Mr. Turda. Appreciate that.
Oh, by the way, I told you
Thank
I'm
you.
anti-pork chop.
Your time is up.
Yeah, you violated my privacy.
Sir, your time is up.
You violated my privacy.
You are out of order, and if you continue, I will expel you from the meeting. Thank you. Having nothing else to be heard, I'll take a motion to accept and file.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to accept and file 9A.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B from Community Development to adopt a resolutions summarily vacating a portion of city easement located south of Lomita Boulevard and east of Garnier Street in the city of Torrance. From staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Ted Simon from Community Development. Item 9B, as you mentioned, will vacate a portion of a city easement located south of Lomita Boulevard and east of Garnier Street. This easement was originally granted to the Atkinson, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway Company in 1949 for railroad purposes. In 1977, it was deemed this easement was no longer needed, and it was quitclaimed to the city of Torrance. The city of Torrance hasn't used it since then either, so it serves no public purpose. The current owner at 24,000 Garnier, on which this easement exists, wants to redevelop the lot and needs to clean up the title. This vacation would solve that cleaning up the title. So I'm available for any questions, and the applicant's also available.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody from the public wish to be heard? Again, I see none, so I'll take may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-79, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ordering the summary vacation of a city easement located south of Lomita Boulevard, east of Garnier Street, in the city of Torrance.
Move to adopt resolution 2021-79.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9D. This item is a recommendation by me as mayor that the city council concur with the appointments as voting delegate and/or member and alternate to the National League of Cities, the League of California Cities, the Sanitation Districts of Los Angeles County, the Southern California Association of Governments, South Bay Cities Council of Governments, and the West Vector Control District of LA County. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, no, look at this. 9D, 9C. Yeah. Back up to 9C. See what I'm doing? 9C is to select and appoint chairs and members to the city council committees. Expenditure is none. Recommendation of the city manager, the city council select chairs and committee members to standing committees in accordance with council rules of order, and that the mayor appoint special standing committee chairs and members and city council liaisons and ad hoc committees. The way that these appointments are made is that we go through them in seniority order and choose the one that you wish to be a member of the chair, correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
And then when we get done that, then we come back the other way from the least amount of seniority and pick a committee that they wish to be on, and then we reverse it one more time, and that way we'll have fully staffed committees.
Thank you very much for going over the instructions. My name is Eleanor Jones. I'm Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. And the reason we're selecting members to these different committees and boards is due to the resignation of Councilmember Tim Goodrich on June 1st, 2021, and the appointment of Councilmember Jack Walser on July 13th, 2021. Congratulations again. It is necessary to select chairs and members of the standing committee, appoint members to special standing committees, city council liaisons to the City of Torrance organizations, and outside regional boards and agency and ad hoc committees. We will get started with the committees, and we'll go in seniority order. As the mayor said, the first go round, the second go round, we'll reverse it, and the third we'll go back to the seniority order. So with that, let's get started. The first will be Councilman Griffiths, who is the senior council member, and he will have the first choice of selecting which committee he would like to be chair or member of.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I'd like to be the chair of the Community Planning and Design Committee.
Okay. Next is Councilmember George Chin.
Strategic plan.
Okay. Next is Councilman Matucci.
I'd like to stay on the transportation.
And next is Councilmember Kalani. Okay. And next is Councilmember Ashcraft.
Finance and governmental operations.
Okay. And last but not least, Councilmember Walser.
Jack, which one would you like?
I get my first choice, even though I thought I was the senior member here.
Not in this case.
But now the benefit goes. You have first choice of which committee you'd like to be on.
Okay. And Councilman Walser, which one did you pick the first go round?
Community planning and design.
Okay. Okay, and now we'll go in reverse order. Councilman Walser.
No, he already did that.
Operations. Okay. Next, Councilmember Ashcraft.
Community planning and design.
Councilmember Kalani.
Sorry, strategic plan.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Sorry. Citizens Development and Enrichment.
Councilmember Chin.
Employee relations and public safety.
And Councilman Griffiths.
Citizen Development and Enrichment.
Okay. Councilman Griffiths again. We're going back in seniority order.
Thank you. I will choose Finance and Government Operations.
Councilman Chin.
Community Planning and Design.
It's already
It's full.
full.
Yeah, that one's full. Employee relations.
I'll take Finance and Government Operations.
Okay. Councilman Matucci.
Strategic Plan.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Transportation.
Which one? I'm sorry.
Transportation.
Transportation.
No other choice.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Is there still a spot on employee relations? Okay,
Yes.
that one.
Okay, we have one left. Councilmember Walter.
Let me see.
Transportation.
I'll take transportation.
Okay, you got it. Okay, and then I'll just go over the other standing committees in which the mayor appoints based on rules of order, the City Council Rules of Order, Section 9.4. Armed Forces Day, Chair, Councilwoman Ashcraft, members, Councilman Chen, Councilwoman Kalani. Federal Legislative Advocacy, the mayor will be chair. Councilman Griffiths and Councilwoman Ashcraft are members. Councilman George Chen is the alternate. State Legislative Advocacy, Mayor Patrick Fury is the chair. Members include George Chen, Councilmember Mike Griffiths, with Jack Walser, Councilmember as the alternate. City Council Liaisons, Organizations, Sister City Association, Councilman Griffiths will be the liaison, and Councilman Matucci is the alternate. Ad hoc committees, those committees are assigned on an as-needed basis, and they are formed for a specific task and objective, and after they complete or achieve that goal and objective, the committee is disbanded because they've accomplished their goal, and the mayor designates the chair and members of the ad hoc committee. At this point, we don't have any ad hoc committees, but I just wanted to make sure everyone understands how those committees are formed. If there are any questions, I can answer them at this point. I think it's all kind of self-explanatory, and I thank you for your time, and this concludes item 9C.
Thank
And
you. Are there any
Mayor,
questions?
you can do item 9D.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Not, I'll take a motion to appoint the chairs and members to the city council committees.
Mr. Sullivan, no comments on 9C? No public comments on 9C? Is that legal?
Sir, would you like to comment?
Yes.
You actually have to stand up and not yell out from the audience. Thank you, sir.
Well,
Mr. Turner, go ahead.
illegally elected mayor, if you would know the rules.
Are you talking about the committees or?
I'm talking about the committees.
Okay, talk about the committees.
So, if you would know the rules, you would call me.
Are you talking about the committees?
Yes, I'm talking about the committee. I find it very humorous that it's already in the paper, and then you're playing this appointment, which position I want, and it's already printed out. And wait people, look at all the people here, till the 9D comes out, that Pat Furry gonna appoint himself for 4 positions.
We're talking about 9C, sir.
Thank you.
Are you
I
talking
know,
about
9C?
9C?
9C. You
Okay,
are
Mr.
a
Turda.
joke. You are a joke, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
are
Turda.
illegally elected mayor.
You may sit down now, sir.
No, I
You
have
may sit
6
down
more
now, sir.
seconds,
You're out of
5 more
order.
seconds, 3 more seconds.
You're not talking on the topic,
Oh, you were talking on the topic.
sir. You're in violation of our rules of order. You're out of order and disrupting our meeting. If you do it again, you will be expelled. Do you understand that? Now I'll take a motion to appoint the chairs and members of the city council committees.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 9D, which was erroneously numbered 9C. This item is a recommendation by me as mayor that the city council concur with the appointments as voting delegate and/or member and alternate to the National League of Cities, the League of California Cities, the Sanitation Districts of Los Angeles County, the Southern California Association of Governments, South Bay Cities Council of Governments, and the West Vector Control District of Los Angeles County, and direct the city staff to update and post Form 806 on the city website. Expenditure for membership dues is $122,455.75. The item includes an attachment that outlines a brief summary of the outside agency and membership dues for each agency. It's been the policy of the City Council that the mayor appoints the members to various outside regional boards and agencies. The appointments are as follows. League of California Cities, Los Angeles County Division, I will be the member. The alternate member will be Councilmember Matucci. The National League of Cities, again, I will be the member, the voting member, with the Mayor Pro Tem, who is then serving, will be the alternate member. Sanitation Districts of Los Angeles County, again, I, as the mayor, will sit as the member, the voting member, and Councilmember Ashcraft will be the alternate member. Southern California Associations of Government, SCAG, I will be sitting as the voting member with Councilmember Mike Griffiths as the alternate member. South Bay Cities Council of Government, Councilmember George Chen, who was approved by council action April 21, 2020, will remain as the voting member, and I will serve as the alternate member. And lastly, the West Vector Control District of Los Angeles County, Councilmember Griffiths will continue to represent, and he was approved by council action effective July 17, 2020 to 12/31/2021. Congratulations to each of you, and thank you for serving the city of Torrance on these very important outside regional boards. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had two questions. On the position that you appointed me to for the West Vector Control District of LA County, in the description of that on page 6, it says the representative must be a resident and elector of the city that they are appointed from. I just want to clarify, does that mean that that person has to be an elected official in the city?
No.
Just a registered voter? Is that?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
correct to understand.
a number of cities do not have elected officials.
No, and that's what I wanted to point out, is that it doesn't require to be an elected official. And then my other question is, this item is actually not approving the expenditure of the money for the membership in these various organizations. Is that correct, or is it? I think, haven't we already approved the expenditure?
Yeah, it's for the,
So you know how much the dues are for each organization that we are a member of. And some of them are calendar years, some of them are fiscal years, so it varies, but these are the costs.
That's what I thought. I thought we'd had this brought forward as a separate item previously to approve the memberships.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
any other questions? Anybody in the public wish to be heard? On item 9D.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. For the slow people who went to with the school with the little bus, I'm gonna talk on 9D. So look at this. Pat Furry, the illegally elected mayor, appointed himself not to 1, not to 2, not to 3, 4 positions. 4 positions, because an illegally elected lawmaker mayor who cannot make order in a room, he gonna represent us for hundreds of thousands of dollars with our money. You are disgusting, you were disgusting, and you gonna be disgusting. Appointing yourself in a democratic society for 4 positions. Great job, Mr. Führer.
Thank you, Mr. Turda.
You are welcome. I see you at Cranbrook Avenue tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
Wait, let
there's no other questions or comments, we're moving. Sir, you are out of order. You are to leave right now. Sir? Good night, Mr. Turda. Good night, Mr. Turda. If there's no further questions or comments on item 9D, I'll take a motion to concur with the appointments made to the outside regional boards and agencies and direct city clerk to update our Form 806.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9E, as in Edward, from fire to accept and file Emergency Medical Services Transportation Program second quarterly update from staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Alec Miller, Assistant Chief, oversees the EMS Division for Torrance Fire. I'll be presenting the Emergency Medical Services Transport Program second quarterly update. Included in the update is a recap of our accomplishments since the inception of the program. On January 12, 2021, City Council approved the implementation of a city-operated EMS transportation program within the Torrance Fire Department. Torrance Fire began transporting patients on April 1st. This program was planned as a phased-in implementation. In April, we started the program with 2 24-hour ambulances and 1 peak-staffed ambulance. In June, a third 24-hour resource was added. We now have 3 24-hour units and 1 peak-staffed unit that operates 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Global manufacturing delays have affected the delivery of our ordered ambulances. The chassis are now on the assembly line at the Ford factory, and we anticipate the completion and delivery of the ambulances in December of this year. Once our ambulances arrive, we will complete the phased implementation and staff an additional peak-staffed ambulance. EMS billing is provided by Whitman Enterprises, and revenue is covering the cost of expenditures. Municipalities that started similar in-house transportation models were consulted prior to implementing this program, and all stated that we will have a good idea of payer mix and cost recovery at the 1-year mark. We are currently trending to meet and possibly exceed our projected cost recovery for the program. As outlined in the EMS business plan provided to Council in January, the BLS coordinator and administrative analyst are required to support the program. The admin analyst has been onboarded, and the BLS coordinator job offer has been issued. We currently have 1 ambulance operator vacancy, which we will fill using our established eligibility list. Soon, emergency medical dispatch, which is a systematic program processing and dispatching medical calls, will be implemented. EMD, as it's called, will enhance our existing EMS transportation program by refining our dispatch procedures and ensuring only necessary units respond to each emergency. The third quarterly update will include information on recruitment efforts, implementation of our 5th ambulance, and deployment and response summary. The Fire Chief recommends that your honorable body accept and file the Emergency Medical Services Transportation Program second quarterly update. Staff is available for any questions you have.
Thank you, Chief. There are a couple of questions. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Miller. I appreciate the information in the report. It's not an item not in the report, but it's something that I was curious about. We as a council used to get response time reports for the ambulance service in our community. Is that something that is able to be provided, or is that something that's even tracked?
Good evening, Councilman. Martin Serna, Fire Chief. The challenge with providing that monthly report that you are speaking to, and what that report is, it was the compliance report from McCormick Ambulance. Since we are in the business of transporting ourselves, we've incorporated those response time guidance within our current annual report. The other challenge is, since we're not fully built out with the program yet, we do have a little bit of McCormick providing us some service, as well as what we're providing in-house. So right now, we're in that transition phase, and what I shared with our city manager was that once we get fully implemented and do have the program up and running, which is what we anticipate in January, we'll be able to provide those reports. They'll be incorporated into our annual report.
Okay, I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. I think there may be some area which I just need a clarification. In the first page of the staff report where it talks about the payments of fees from TFD transports during April, May, and June received as of August 5th, 2021 was roughly $423K. And then the second sentence says the expenditures were about $415K. I'm just rounding off. So if I just round up the first one, the payments we received, and the second one's how much it cost us, I come up with about $8. So I just want to make sure I understand, because you mentioned, we are beginning the cost recovery, or because that was one of the features of having our own ambulance operate. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong place. $8, I'm not sure. It seems like a big recovery. And where should I have been looking to find a different number, if you can help me?
Right.
If it's in this report.
We have obviously billed out much more than what we have received in. Some patients or some people that we transport take up to a year to pay their transport bill. Those are just the payments we've received when we initially billed out. So there obviously many more payments have been billed out than received at this point. We're receiving enough to cover the cost, which is actually good with a brand new startup that we're operating not in the black, not in the red. So that's why we are very cautious about it, and know that everybody that we've talked to, our billing company who bills for many departments within Southern California and California, and other agencies that we've talked to, said you're really going to see the true numbers at 1 year. So they caution us not to look too closely at it right now, but it's very encouraging that we're operating in the black and not in the red at this point.
Okay, so just to help me out, so if I flip a page and look at the table that says EMT revenues, if I add up the column, which you already added for us, it says net charges, I think 1.7 million-ish. Once we receive our payments, is that the right number to be looking at, as opposed to the 423K I was looking at?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and also thank you for showing me your office there, the facility.
Yeah.
I didn't talk to Chief Cerna yet and say I was really impressed with the facility there for all the operations that are going to be going on. Very nice. When you're talking about cost recovery, is that including startup costs?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all included.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Anybody from the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to accept and file.
So move.
Thank you.
A second?
Start voting, please.
Thank you, Chief.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Which moves us to item 9F as in Frank, from Transit, to authorize submission of fiscal year 2022 Federal Transit Administration grant application and appropriate funding. Mr. Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Fury, members of the council. James Lee, Transit Department. Item 9F is requesting your honorable body's approval to allow the Transit Department to submit our Federal Transit Administration grant application for American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds. Because the Transit Department has maintained and is continuing operation throughout the COVID pandemic, we are eligible to apply for and receive up to $11,610,200 in federal assistance. These funds will be used to maintain bus operation as well as to continue purchasing personal protective equipment and to address any potential funding shortfalls that may occur at the state or local level. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. James, this $11.6 million that we're requesting, was this number already available this past May? Was it already accounted for in our budget review?
It was not at that time, sir.
Okay, so this is new.
It's a new funding mark, sir.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody from the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Transit Director.
Motion to concur with the Transit Director's recommendation.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9G is from the city manager and city clerk to consider a proposal from the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk regarding unstaffed vote-by-mail drop box located at Torrance City Hall. From staff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Katie Wan with the City Manager's Office. Item 9G is a recommendation of the City Manager and the City Clerk that City Council consider the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk, or LARRCC's, proposal to extend the current agreement for a period of either 1 additional year or a total 5-year period for the placement of the unstaffed vote-by-mail, or VBM, drop box located at Torrance City Hall Human Resources Building. At the City Council meeting of September 15th, 2020, City Council directed staff to enter into a 1-year agreement with the LARRCC to place the VBM drop box at our location. The LARRCC reports that 17,865 ballots were dropped in this box for the November 2020 election. There is additional data available in the staff report and the supplemental material to this item. The LARRCC approached the city on August 11th, 2021 and asked City Council to consider extending the agreement. The options proposed by LARRCC are: 1, extend the current agreement for a period of 1 year, so the new agreement would expire on September 29th, 2022, or extend the current agreement to create a total period of 5 years. This would have the agreement extend for 4 additional years, since we've already completed the first year, and the new agreement would expire on September 29th, 2025. Since the VBM drop box was placed at the Human Resources Building last year, staff has no issues to report regarding vandalism or stolen ballots at this location. If the council chooses not to extend the agreement, the box will be removed on September 29th, 2021. The city clerk and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Katie, and thank you for the supplemental. I just did a test yesterday just to see how well the U.S. Postal Service and the LA County Registrar work, and I actually went to a private Postal Solutions, which had a little slip that says they'll collect the U.S. mail. And to my surprise, after I registered for ballot tracks, I got a text today from the LA County that my ballot has been received and will be counted. So I believe I shared this last time when this issue came up. I believe a lot of these VBM boxes are, eventually is costing some of the concerns we have, the amount of cost each election is billed to each of the voting cities, because the extra staff that's being used to pick up these VBMs. And the issue about giving more voting ability or opportunities for the community, for those who are concerned. I've actually experienced that we actually have much more voting options with U.S. Postal Service mailboxes, FedEx drop boxes in their FedEx buildings, U.S. UPS, and in my case, I used just a private business that had a post office drop box that Postal Service come and pick up. So I am not in favor of the VBM. I believe if all the VBMs around the county is actually adding to the cost of each election. And I believe that we have plenty of voting capability for all those who has any concerns on how to vote, and they're actually everywhere in the city. So that's my comment, and I'm not in favor of continuing the VBM box.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Ashcroft.
Mr. Chan, I didn't understand. Did you say you're in favor or you want it removed?
I am not in favor. I want it removed once the contract is due at the end of this September-ish.
All right. I think having one, my opinion is, I think having one box is fine, and it serves the need of somebody that wants to drive by in Torrance and drop it off. I initially felt there's plenty in the county, and there are, but for our city to have one, I would be for extending the contract. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you. Generally speaking, I would be in favor of keeping the one that we have here at the Civic Center with a minor adjustment of extending the contract till after the November 22 election, so maybe the end of November. That would be my recommendation.
Councilmember Coloni.
Thank you. And I would, if I may, make a motion to extend it to 5 years, because we did have, if I'm correct, 29,000 voters in our city used it.
Councilwoman, if I can clarify, Katie Wan with the city manager's office. So that box received 17,865 ballots. That's just at the one box here at City Hall. I do believe that the information you're referring to may be in the supplemental, that the Torrance voters who utilized VBM drop boxes throughout the county was around 29,000.
Thank you for the clarification, but at least we still, that box served 17,000 voters.
Councilmember Ashcroft again.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Ms. Poirier. Are there going to be voting boxes in the places that we used to have them, like the libraries and such? How is that working?
No, council member, they discontinued that program 2 elections ago.
Okay, so they're not bringing it back?
No.
And is there a box going to be in the clerk's office?
There will not be a box in the clerk's office. That was all in prior elections. They allowed city clerks and or their libraries to host a drop box, which they picked up the ballots from every week. They discontinued that program in favor of the more public boxes that are available 24/7.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths again.
Yeah, me again. I did have an additional comment about the use of the VBM boxes. I remember in the November election, there was a great deal of concern and uncertainty in relation to the U.S. Postal Service. I haven't heard those issues here lately, and so kind of in concurrence with what Councilmember Chen said, we've got a great amount of Postal Service boxes around our city that people can use in addition to the vote-by-mail box, and there are vote-by-mail boxes in other locations throughout the county besides the one in Torrance that people can and obviously did use. So I still feel that keeping this one at least until we see how it's going and maybe re-review it before the, right around the time of the November election to see if we want to extend it further or not would be a reasonable thing. Thank you.
Noteworthy, 17,865 Torrance residents decided to use the only vote-by-mail drop box that we have. And another 12,000 had to use or used boxes elsewhere. I was for the 5 boxes when we started, and I'm for the 5 boxes as we sit here today. You make it more convenient, it's secure. I don't know, dropping my mail at Postal Solutions is any different than taking it to the post office. I don't think Fed Express or UPS handle it at the present time. Go to a commercial establishment. I put my ballot in the box right here outside the library, and I too received a text message that it was received. So it's very convenient. As I was there, two people pulled up, waited for me to vote, and then they voted. And as I was doing that, and this was Sunday afternoon, people were voting there conveniently on their own time. And I think it would behoove us to continue this contract and to actually consider even more drop boxes for the security of the election. So with that, anybody in the public wish to be heard? Seeing no one? How does the council wish to proceed? Councilmember Kalani.
I'd like to make a motion that we renew the agreement for the total of 5 years.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Chen voting no.
Okay, that takes us to second readings. Number 12A is a second and final reading. And we have a number and title on that?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3894, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 4 by adding a new section 46.2.8 prohibiting train whistles in excess of 96 A-weighted decibels, and amending section 46.6.1 of the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting the operation of power gardening equipment in residential areas except during specified hours.
You want to ask for public comment?
Yes. Hello out there. Does anybody wish to be heard? I hear none.
Great, then I'll go ahead and make that motion to adopt ordinance number 3894.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
That brings us to second reading on 12B. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3895, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 8 of the Torrance Municipal Code by repealing Chapter 8 signs, adding Chapter 8 sign construction, and adding Chapter 11 signs to Division 9.
Assuming there's no public comments, I move to adopt ordinance 3895.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I'll vote.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Fury voting no.
That brings us to oral communication number 2. It's limited to a 15-minute. There's nobody here. Anybody from the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, council orals at this time. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly want to congratulate the success of the Torrance Little League and wish them well in the hopeful remaining couple games that they will win. Look forward to seeing them back in Torrance after their success. And that's it. Thank you very much. Happy Labor Day, Labor Day, everybody. Thanks.
Gosh, it's that late already, isn't it? Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to say that my experience as a council member has afforded me the opportunity to work with some of the most amazing people So I thank each and every one of you, including the mayor and the council. I'd also like to take just a moment as a final and last responder. It breaks my heart to see families lose loved ones to COVID when a vaccine might have changed the outcome of their situation. So I'm just going to ask people to consider, if you haven't been vaccinated, to consider doing so. Just please stay safe and well. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
I got nothing.
Councilmember Walzer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to bring the attention of an upcoming event for the Salvation Army Corps of Torrance. A lot of you may be aware that they've been undergoing an extensive remodeling, and they're planning an open house on the September 18th from 10 to 4. In addition to remodeling, they have a world-class recording studio, which should be adding a lot to the community. They also have an extended music school and dance school that will be also operating. And I just want everybody to kind of save the date potentially to go to the open house. It's free to the public. And it's, again, set for September 18th between 10 and 4. And they're located at 4223 Emerald Street in Torrance. And go Torrance Little League.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Yes, go Torrance Little League tomorrow, 2 o'clock?
Yeah, ESPN.
ESPN. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll pile on the congratulatory for Torrance Little League. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., there's a watch party at the Shakey's at 3615 Pacific Coast Highway. You might get an opportunity to see ABC, CBS, KTLA, and KFI. Go Torrance Little League. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm on the bandwagon. I have been for 30-some years. I'm really proud of the Torrance Little League getting there. I was a little shocked when I watched that first game, and they were not wearing those burgundy uniforms. I kept looking at the other team like, why do you have the Torrance uniforms on? But I'm very pleased that what they've done there. They've made us all very proud. Heard from people from as far away as Tallahassee, Florida, and New England, congratulating me like I had something to do with it. We're all taking the accolades for these 12-year-old kids who have done a great job. We're really proud of all of them, and I will certainly have a watch party at my house tomorrow at 2 o'clock watching our Little League. Hopefully, they're playing against South Dakota. I don't want to jinx them. You know, I was actually speaking to my friend Frank Estrada, who's the chief ump for District 27 2 weeks ago. We were going to go to San Bernardino and watch them play in the Western region. And then he called me back about 2 minutes later. He said, you realize this is baseball. If we show up and they lose, we're the jinx. So we're not going to go there. We'll watch it on television like everybody else. This Thursday, our Torrance Unified School District students will be returning back to school in person, full-time, 5 days a week. So I'd like to remind everyone to plan ahead and give yourself some extra time in your commute. Take your time. There will be more kids on the streets walking to school and being dropped off at or near the campuses. Please be aware of your surroundings and drive carefully. I know it's been a whole year without this, and it may be a shock to some people to see children out there at rush hour, but be very, very careful. And they're not used to it either, so expect the unexpected. At this time, children 12 and under are still ineligible for vaccinations. Let us remember that COVID is still very new. The Delta variant has even more unknowns. Neither have been around long enough for us to understand the long-term effects of infection. Our children are vulnerable. Masking indoors is urgent and necessary to protect our children from the known and unknown effects of the infection. Get vaccinated. Pfizer received full FDA approval this week for those 16 years of age and up. So hopefully that will instill some people to get the vaccine if they were just a little hesitant. We certainly hope so. Mask up indoors, protect yourself and others. If you'd like to support our efforts during the pandemic, Los Angeles County created the COVID-19 Community Ambassador Program to visibly represent and capture the support of the broader Los Angeles County community's efforts to further prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19. This volunteer program is available to all Los Angeles County residents and will actively engage participants by providing information on the basic principles of infection control, promoting the responsibility of each participant to reduce the spread of COVID-19, and empowering participants as essential partners in the community prevention effort. To learn more or to become an ambassador, please visit publichealth.lacounty.gov. And that website has all the information you'd ever need to know about vaccinations or about infections, about current statistics, including deaths and hospitalizations. We're still accepting application for the inaugural Poet Laureate. For the first time ever, the city is seeking a qualified poet to support the arts and incorporate them into public life. To be eligible for this role, poets must be a Torrance resident, 16 years of age or older. Applications must include 5 original poems, letters of recognition or reference, a personal statement. Applications are being accepted until 5 p.m. on September 9th, 2021. For more information or to apply, visit torranceca.gov/poet. Thank you to the Cultural Arts Commission for bringing this great program to our city. And on the arts line, the Torrance Art Museum is proud to announce this summer's premier event called Nomad, a pop-up of contemporary art. Nomad will be the biggest free art show event in Southern California history, featuring 500 artists in 87,000 square foot of raw space in Del Amo Crossing, a mid-century modern building in Torrance. The former medical building will showcase multiple floors dedicated to works of all media types and disciplines. DJs and live performance art will be featured at select sites throughout the weekend. Nomad also works as a closing event to Ultra, TAM's adventurous inaugural public art project, which features 20 artworks located at various sites across the city of Torrance. An Ultra guide map is available as a handout in print and viewable online at torranceartmuseum.com, giving the location of all the artworks and activity sites. Nomad is free and open to the public on Saturday, August 28th and Sunday, August 29th from noon to 5 p.m. These are all great ways to enjoy the arts in Torrance. Get out and experience all we have to offer. Again, don't forget to cheer on the Torrance Little League team as they play South Dakota tomorrow at 2 p.m. You can watch live on ESPN or stream it from ESPN.com. Although California is now open, there is still more information to share concerning COVID-19. Follow us on social media and visit torranceca.gov COVID-19 for daily updates. Tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. Thank you all again for your continued patience and supporting us in the reopening responsibly. And with that said, I will certainly take a motion to adjourn.
Adjournment of the City Council meeting to Tuesday, September 14th, 2021 at 5 o'clock p.m. for closed session with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in the council chambers. Tuesdays, August 31st and September 7th, 2021 are council dark nights.
I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you in about 3 weeks. Have a happy Labor Day. Who knew?